Hello. Hey, hey. How are y'all doing? Welcome in. I'm a dragon today. Because why not? See, the thing is, Tira doesn't like art. How about that? Yeah, I'm just gonna make it a thing now. Tira doesn't like art. But she likes looking at art though. But hi, how y'all doing? I hope you're doing good. I am a little bit... Let me just adjust the mic. There's so many things on the table. There's so many things on the table. Like I've been trying to get things. There should be enough. No, wait, I cannot draw. Wait, maybe mic needs to be a lot higher. I still cannot draw. What? Okay, how about this? I'm still trying to like. Oh, this is so sad. I mean, it's possible, I guess. Jinglong, yeah. Linglong's here. Leap motion be like, don't worry about it. Look, Narix. Leap motion is it's literally just like 0.1% of my desk. It's just the tablet and my keyboard and the mic. It's in the way. They're in the way. Also, hi Brian, hi Nexus, hi Shredder, hi Cloud, hi Narix. Hope you're doing good. I don't know if I'm sleepy today, but I did sleep well because last night it was raining like really crazy, and I liked it. Also, I just realized how good SpongeBob music is. Like, unironically, the music is so good. Even though I never watched I never watched SpongeBob before, but I do like it a lot. That works. Thanks for pitch. So today I'm gonna be working on my a redeem, right? That's yeah, it's a redeem. So someone redeemed it. So it's something like, give me a second. Okay, there we go. It's something like this that I need to make for whoever redeemed this one. All right. So
cute.
Yeah, they're pretty cute. It's AI generated though, but I understand. I'm not trying to like. Nah, I've been always trying to shit on AI generated stuff. Because AI generation is just plain stealing. Nothing much about it. Anyway, that's not what I'm trying to say today. These little designs here is what my sister has, and she generated these ones, and she wants me to make a sort of a model for her. Since this was the most cursed by far. What the fuck is this in the middle? What is that? See, it's the power AI generation. At least this looks a little... What's that? It just... Yeah, I'm trying to make this one. It's a cutesy fox with mushroom on top, right? So it's kind of a design like this. I need to find some pictures before I start working on it, so I'm probably gonna need to start from a... Yeah, make an easy one. Can Sculptris Pro? Let me just check if this works properly. Okay, it works. Did a shroom head? Well, yeah. So let me see if I can find some pictures that I can just I need fox pictures, and also maybe I just go like fox photography. It's very common, right? Fox photography, so I can actually look at the snoot. So I just need to look at fox anatomy a little bit, and also a little bit of, yeah, like cutesy anatomy. Sorry that I was interrupting with my direct gases. I mean, it's what you do. You don't have to be sorry about it. Right, so cutesy. She mentioned that she wants to be as close as these two above. Probably not the marking here. This marking is just weird, I feel like. I can work with this, right? So cutesy, something like this, it's probably kind of easy, I think. Because it's organic shapes. I don't need to make any flat, like hard surface. Making hard surface in ZBrush is a fucking nightmare. I've been there. I fucking hate it. It's entirely possible, but also it's a nightmare. I hate it. Anyway. Okay, look at this, and I just need to find some. I need to open up PureRef. I forgot. PureRef. I'm sure that I'm. Look, rest assured, I am ready for this. I think. I think I'm ready. All right. Okay, we can start by dragging some pictures in here. Let me see. Ooh. That's an exact front view. Look at that. Oh, you guys can look at it. Sorry for saying so much sorry. Oh, you should be. It's okay. I've been trying to stop that habit of my own. That's a cute one. And because it's a front snoot, it's very easy to look at. Okay, you know what? You're going in. You're not. Oh, I thought I could just do that. What? Do you not accept JPG? Do you not accept JPEG? That's the first time. Huh? That's the first time PureRef doesn't accept any images. What if I add random images to it? That doesn't work. What? No, wait a minute. Pure. So I cannot run as administrator is the problem, okay? Does it work? Oh, okay, it does work. So I don't need to download the picture. Okay. Oh, that's a nice nude picture. Yeah, this is very telling. I need some nude pictures because I don't think I need lower body pictures because lower body is just something like a very cheapified. Just gonna make it more friend shaped instead of like this. This is plush shaped. I think she wants a more friend shaped. Something like that. So I guess I can work with this. Where's my It's so far. Wait. Okay, let's see. This is where the leap. This is where the leap motion is. This is. How the fuck you did it? It's so far. I never noticed this. For some reason, an update broke my audio. Thankfully, I fixed it in time for the stream. Nice, good to know. Audio issues happens a lot, huh? I'm glad it's not just my end, because I remember when I was still streaming at midnight time, I had a little trouble going through like audio issues. It's like, fuck. I hate it. Okay, let me look for more, just a bit more. If I can get like a perfect site. Speaking of perfect site, oh hell yeah! I mean, it's full of things, but it works. I guess I can go with these 3 pictures. Front side quarter. I know it's a small project, but I don't think I want to make a full-fledged rig. Looking forward to your art. Thank you. I'll try my best. Photographing foxes in the wild. OM system. Why does this look... Is this real? If this is real, it's kind of wild, no? Like, this is amazing, though. Maybe I should check. OM system. Damn, that's amazing though. Yeah, this one looks real. This one looks okay. Damn, that's amazing though. Yeah, I guess they do have sort of a proof that it's real. I mean, I can only say that the camera is just really something else. Looks weird if it's real. I guess I can kind of see why. Some of the lighting looks unnatural. But then again, it could be like artificial lighting, you know? Like, how do they even take photograph of like wild foxes with artificial lighting? Because aren't they just so playful that they just move around? They must have something that helps them. Because to have lighting like this, you're gonna have like, this is definitely artificial lighting. Like you see the light behind. It's like the sexy light, we call them. This is like you're gonna put a spotlight that's so bright behind the subject. Like this is natural. This is very natural, right? This is a little. This requires so much help. I feel like this one looks real enough. Go Foxen. Go Foxen. So what? I go Boxen. Boxen. Now we're Foxen. I love how there's so many different sons I have. the different sons that I have. Are they real living foxes? See, that's a thing, I have no idea. This looks painted, but it's like photo of the day. Am I in a rabbit hole, or am I just dumb? In a way, it could be photography, but in a way, it looks painted. I'm thinking about this too much. I think I'm just thinking about this too much, alright? You see, the thing is, I don't know anything about photography, alright? So, if I'm uploading to YouTube to everyone to look at, I have zero experience of photography. If this is an actual photography, I will apologize, right? But you cannot help but feel like this is kind of a this kind of a painted, right? Something about this rubs me in a way that it looks painted. Maybe it's just because they blurred the background. Maybe. The curse of AI being a thing, true. Fucking AI. But in no way this proves to be AI, though. Because AI is always like, at first glance you will see like, oh, it's not bad, and then the more you look into things, the more you look into AI generated art, you notice things will get fucked up more and more. Like for this picture, this is like the most obvious one by far, but if you look at this picture, the more you look at it, the more you realize what the fuck is going on, you know? Right? You see this, you see, what the fuck is that? Why? Oh my god. And then why is that jagged? I don't know. And then this one, I mean, I guess they're trying to imitate fur, but what's with here? If this is fur, why is this one here? The eye, yeah, the eye too. And then what is this? Right? So AI is always like, at first glance. And then the more you look into it, this happens. So this one doesn't have that effect, so I feel like that, which is why I say it's either painted or it's an actual photography.
Mushroom Fox says, "Remember, Gary loves you."
Oh god, no, not Gary, not Gary. I think it's the illusion of the photographer blurring the background. I feel like they blur the background, which makes me feel like it's actually painted. It gives the illusion. I think it gives the illusion. Like this picture. I'm just trying to understand at this point. Yeah, it feels like they blur the background and it just looks like the fox is painted. But it's not. Like, this is real photography. Hi, Ion. Super lucky image of some kind of winter coat. This one, right? Probably. But they say it's like Russian red fox. Maybe? I didn't know any subspecies of foxes out there. I only know, oh, fox. Just different pattern. Oh, hey, that's a different pattern fox. Wow, okay. And by the way, this is one of my favorite sessions, and like one of my favorite time of doing art as well. Just researching on the species that I'm trying to make, right? So in this case, a fox, and then the more fox pictures that I look at, the more I feel like, wow, that's that's a lot of different foxes out there. It's fun. And I think the music kind of fits what I'm doing right now. A breathtaking wildlife pictures of beautiful foxes. Yeah. Oh no. Why does the snoot look so... What's with the weird devil field? What? Why? Why? Why is this one so blurry and so close? Why is this one so HD? Why is the snoot so long? Are you something else? Are you not? Are you like a subspecies of a fox? Are you like a subspecies of a fox? The snoot scares me. Why do you reflect? Why is there a reflection here? Oh no, this is a rabbit hole. Ooh, 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 oof, ooh. Wait a minute. Oof. The light is here. Why is it here? Foxes don't do reflection. Do they? They don't. I don't think they do. They don't. They don't do reflection. What is this? Oh, wait, I just realized the snoot. Huh. Huh? Oh. This never occurred to me. I like how you say snoot. At this point, they're all snoot. They're just snoot now. I never realized how the shape of the snoot is, because I usually do like this, and then over here straight, but we'll go up a little bit. But they're essentially just like a straight line. Well, not straight line, but huh. That's good to know. Yeah, look at that. They don't really curve that much. And based on how I do snoot back then, you learn something every day, especially during art sessions. Anyway, let's look a little bit more. Oh, this is good. Look at that black and white. Ooh. This is like the perfect snoot picture. Albie, why do you look a little bit like rabbit? Why on this angle do you look a little bit like rabbit? This is cursed. Oh, hey, look at that. Damn. I didn't know foxes look this good. This is one elegant fox, holy shit. I mean, I have like the snoot pictures I needed. Because I only need to do the snoot pictures. Let me also put the cursed picture here as well. Give me a second. Hi Numbers, how is Dark Souls? Fishbold? I'm a Turken this time. Cobalt doesn't like doing art. Dark Souls was good? Nice, good to know. I just want to put... yeah, let's put 2 of these. I feel like these 5 pictures, I can start to work with this. A fish dirk. It's funny how I made the fish dirk. Well, I made the Eastern Dragon back in 2018. And I think I made like 3. Yeah, I think I made like three different models for the dragon, and eventually I made this one as like the final one. It's like, oh yeah, I like it. It's nice. Okay, this is all I need, I think. I mean, if I ever feel like I need something more, I just go to Google again. All right. Okay. Can I just say I like SpongeBob's music? That I never watched SpongeBob though. I never watched SpongeBob, but the music is good. Also, you're welcome numbers. You're amazing. Okay, let's see. I'm hitting the mic. I need more space, but how much more space do I need? Okay. How do I start this one? Let me see. I'm just gonna pull out the shape of the side snoot first. This one is very defining. I need to keep adjusting the mic. I swear I did art stream before. Okay, so I think I'm gonna start with clay build up and move. No, move topologically. Is lead motion tracking my... It is. Lead motion is tracking my hand with the... Why? Sure, I mean, I guess. Maybe if I put it like this. How about that? Does it work? Probably. I don't know. Oh, fuck. Okay, side of you. Ooh, that looks like shit. Honestly, I feel like going straight, I guess. This looks like some sort of SCP. Am I playing a horror game? Like, if I just put it out like this, it's like, ooh, hey, look, it's a horror game. I can work with this. Oh my god. Now you just have to sculpt the rest of the fox. Yeah, true. True. It has like a little separation here. Maybe I can just like draw it out. Hmm. I'm thinking for the end result, do I want to give it a open mouth or closed? Ooh. You know, let's not think about that. Just give it the open mouth so that I don't need to think about it too much. All right, restart. Restart. Because I did the wrong way. If I want to make an open mouth, I cannot do it like that. Open mouth, I'm gonna do... I cannot cheat my way to victory, is what I'm trying to say. I cannot cheat my way to victory. I need to pull out 2 different blocks and make them separate. This makes sense. What do I feel like every time I start an art project, right? It feels like I'm using like a different method of making schnit. See, I think the truth is I don't remember what my last method of making schnut is. I think that's the reason. Okay, then make them separate. No, I just need to make them separate first. It's okay. That looks concerning. Oh, wasn't my method is to separate meshes, right. So essentially I just pull out a top part of the schnood, not like this. That looks very cursed. It's just something unique about SpongeBob's music. No, I'm just gonna pull out the shape for now and then adjust it afterwards. I think it's probably a good idea to just append a new shape. Why am I so confused? Put this one in. Snakes that could be another snake. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I know, but I do know that snake is good bean. So weird, though. Oh! Uh... You know what? You know what? You know what? Fuck this. I have an idea. Got 128. Hey, there's no shame in starting over. So, what my idea was... Yeah, just pull it out. Because... So yeah, around... Pet the Ling Long. Ling Long takes it. Oh wow, wait. Oh yeah, I'm not in the center, I'm stupid. Hey, yeah. Do Tira and Ling Long hang out together? Totally. Gonna look after my Kobo so that she doesn't go into trouble. What do they like to do? That's a good question. What would they do together? Let's see. Kobo. Oh, this is a good question. Okay, let's think about this together. Kobo likes to bring shinies, right? So if Kobo likes to bring shiny, so most likely what Kobo does is just go out and take whatever that's shiny and then just claim it as hers. I think that's like the first thing that she does. And because she just takes whatever she wants. And Ling Long has to be the one that's like, I'm sorry. And then Tiara just like, oh my god, it's mine. Whoa, shinies. Maybe that's like the usual shenanigans. That's not it. There we go, I think that is it. So at least it has to shape out. Yeah, this is what I'm missing. Gonna have the top snoot. I mean... Oh, I bonked my mic. I really need to look at. Oh wait, what? They have that kind of shape? It goes out. They have this particular thing. But they only pop up for a little bit. It looks so weird. I think it's the... Yeah, the frontal snoot is not that protruding. Ow. I think it's this. Thanks for head pets. I think the head pets might be a little off if I remember correctly. Let me check. Nope, it's way off. God damn it. A professionalism. It's non-existent here. But pet. As a dragon, I'll take pets too. They're great. I mean, who could? If there's an opportunity to get pet, of course you're gonna take it. Oh, of course I'm gonna get it. Of course. Also get the boobs. I think this is kind of tough. This one's a little bit much. I feel like maybe you don't add that much to it. Because to my understanding, this is how the snoot works. This and then add it here. Sort of. A little bit, right? And then the eyes are around this part. But of course not that light. I should get up a little bit more. I need to modify the whole sphere. I cannot make the... I don't want to make the shape look too spherical. See, the thing is, these kind of shape is easy to make, and I can definitely do that. You know what? There's one problem that I never realized. It's not about the art. It's about the channel. See, these are all SpongeBob music, right? Do I get copyright straight for that? I'm okay. Hi, Evie. Let's see. This one here. Snoot over here protrudes a little bit. How you doing, Evie? Welcome in. They have this. And they push it in, so it's like this. Sort of. This Snoot kind of reminds me of a little bit of the Tom and Jerry dog Snoot. You know, like a very droopy Snoot. Maybe I shouldn't push it in like this, especially around this part. Yeah, I guess not that obvious. Also not speaking of, also I just realized, I just thought about, that I kind of want to bring back Tekken 7 a little bit, because it feels like, you know, whenever I do a self-introduction, I always say that I love fighting games, which I really do, but I haven't been playing fighting games lately, if at all, you know, so I feel like I kind of want to get back into Tekken 7 a little bit. Why does this look jank? Oh, it's a lighting, okay. I think this one to define here, and then this one. I don't think this is a way to make a cutesy character, though. In fact, this is too realistic. If I want to make a cutesy character, probably follow something like a spherical eyes is what I have in mind. Yeah, bigger eye hole, but don't make this defining line too defining. I guess if I want to make cutesy, a little bit less on the defining lines, I guess, or the defining shapes. A little bit less, and I guess to have more free flow. So no boobs or slurp? What? Boobs are great. Yes, boob, but maybe no slurp. I don't know what slurp does. Okay, just remove that and oh, that's weird. What's that? They do have that. I just realized cutesy character do need smaller snoot though, right? I'm having a bit of conundrum here. You know what? I'm gonna do a bit of a different research real quick. Let me get to. Yeah, on this particular style, I cannot make it like this. I need to make the snoot to be like very small, feels like. That's a good one. But boobs is dangerous? How is boob dangerous? But then this one. Why is the Google picture here? Just ignore the Google. Oh wait, this is good too. Okay, so in general, cute snoot is like mega small. It's not mega small, but it's like on front view they're like on front view they're like what I'm trying to say is that this is still defining. Okay, less defining. So how do I do that? Just why am I struggling against this? I mean, of course I'm struggling. It's not the things that it's not the kind of style that I do before. Right? I haven't attempted this kind of style before, but it's always worth a try. Okay, keep it a very simple snoot then. Right, very simple. Just need like a bit of a defining line, but not too obvious, so that I know where to put things. And eyes-wise, they are sort of so I do need to put hi, engaging comic. Super cold. What do you mean by I'm a derg? I'm a derg today. Oh, the top part is a lot more than the bottom part. It's too big.
Not.
Oh. Uh. Think I'm okay. Hi. Hi, cheesecake.
Oh my god, can you stop sipping?
I mean, I'm a Dirk. Hi, Jane. I'm trying to do the redeem thing. You know, some redeem a 150k. I'm trying to make this into a model, pretty much, and I have these pictures that can help. It's kind of hard to achieve this kind of style in 3D, I just realized. It's not impossible, just it requires a lot more work, it feels like. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Welcome to me listening to SpongeBob music. But it's boobs? Boobs aren't great, what do you mean? Also, Rikobo ran away. Is she so afraid of odds? Apparently. Is this wrong? Something's off. Something is off. But where is Snake? Technicality-wise, Snake's hand doesn't work. I guess character-wise, she could be sleeping. Yeah. Just hating myself in Overwatch as per usual. Feels like Overwatch is a game where it makes people feel sad. I don't know. I don't want to play Paladins anymore, it's weird. But the Dragon looks good though, I have to say. Hello, Tikaka. Oh my god, it's the Tikaka. Alright, you did it. Okay. It makes people feel depressed, not sad, outright depressed. Don't play it! This useless thing. Hey, look, 5 stream streak. Look at that. Hello, Tikaka. Hope you're doing good. Oh, just a little bit of... like, you gave me the... invisibility potion. Doesn't mean that I can just steal stuff scot-free. I might be able to do that because people cannot see me anymore. I might be able to just steal things scot-free. Oh, sorry, I'm doing pretty good. Just trying to figure out how to make a very cutesy style on 3D. It's a little bit jank trying to look cute in 3D, but Maybe it's just that I'm not used to making this kind of style, but I'll get there. Gosh, why is this so hard? I think it's a head shape, this one. Making like a rice cake. Rice cake. No, it's not actually a rice cake, but it's something like this. It's a little this. I think I can just put out the ears for easy, for an easy. Okay, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. This works, I guess, and then we don't need this. So let's just push it in first. Dumpling cutie, love the cheeks. It's a dumpling. Sometimes 3D space is weird. I need the ears are actually kind of close here. I feel like I love SpongeBob music a lot more after last night. I just realized how good SpongeBob music is, even though I never watched it before. It sounds fun. It totally does. and most of the time as well, it has that mischievous tone to it. Yeah, perfect shenanigans music. Yeah. It doesn't have that, but I want to add it. I mean, of course I need to add it. try not to have too much sharp edge because it's like the cutesy one. If I'm trying to make something cute, try not to have too much sharp edge. I love the French horn though. Oh, this is much better. Why didn't I think of this before? I just this. Sorry, I'm just like still adjusting the things. The tablet, if I just put it here. Oh, that's so much better. I found it. The hacks, the cheat, and the cheat. I found it. Hey, look, it's a dumpling. I want the ears to be like, peak shape. It's a dumpling peak shape. True. Oh. Is this big face mask shenanigans? Okay, fine. Oh, wait, no. I guess this is evident enough that I never really make any other species than reptilian. Very evident. Scares me a little bit if I don't use back face mask. It's kind of scary. You never know. Like sometimes shit just goes wrong behind, which is always kind of scary. Yeah, see. I guess I'll keep it like this first. At least the ears are pretty obvious now. Now the problem is there's not enough room for eyes because I didn't see it. Okay. Okay, don't worry, I can I can fix this. See, I did say that the cutesy style gonna have like a smaller. The top view, the shape looks good though. Alright, smaller, a lot smaller snoot. This is perfect sleep music. Flaps, disclaimer. Flaps. The fox figure. A fox? Do fox yip? And yeah? Maybe fox are just like the real life version of kobold. Because they do yip and yap, right? They scream. Don't they also kind of yip and yap too? Oh, my leap motion is not working anymore somehow. It's kind of funny. I don't want to open up the tracker because you guys can see my naked body. What's going on? Why is it not tracking anymore? What does the fox say? It's like we're back in 20 naked dragons. I need a I mean, I'm already naked, but I don't want to see my naked real life self. Give me a second. Yeah, let me open up this one real quick. What's going on? Why are you not tracking anymore? Are you too hot or some shit? Tracking idle, no devices. No devices, my ass. It's here. Let me try again. Oh, okay, it's active now. There we go. I don't know why. I don't know why. But now it's something. The tracking is suddenly idling. It's like, why? I forgot to change the screen back. I need more sleep. Oh shit. The little censorship theorem happened? Yeah. There's no booba on the zoom camera scene. Did I just say zoom camera? It's starting and ending scenes, what I'm trying to say. Don't worry about it. Oh, you know what? I could fix this by doing this. It's kind of a funny way of fixing it, but it totally works. Here, smooth out a little bit. and just like that, I have more spaces now. I think I kind of just enhance the dumpling a little bit. Enhance the dump link. Dump. Add this one to add the illusion to it. And then push this one inside. Actually, there's no need to enhance it like that. I like circular. It's very close to the eye. It's very close to the ear, but no buts. This one doesn't really work. Encoding overload. Excuse me? It's fully fucking 43k encoding overload my ass, OBS, come on. God damn, I know my PC is weak, but it's not that weak. The eyes are kinda close to the Shinju. Oh, thanks for the pet. Thanks for pet. It's kinda close to the Shinju, but I can't seem to get what I want. Or I cannot seem to make it look... That is kinda funny. I'm sorry. I feel like this, and then add... I want to add a little, you know, like a little eyebrow here, and I think that kind of works. I think the tracking went idle again. Really now? Maybe I need to keep that open. But do I? Tracking my ass, you are not. Restart service? Okay, I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna go here again. Hey, this ultralight tracking thing is still very new to me. It's the technology that is so weird. Oh, that works. So somehow it just went idle. I don't get it. What always surprises me when looking at cute fluffy creatures how much of their face is forehead. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Because I'm looking at a few of these. So I have, let me show you. I have these pictures for Snoot, right? And then I have some cute pictures like look at how much of this is look at how much of this is just forehead. And also this one is just forehead. Right? So this is the reference that I got from my sister, that she wants to make something like this into a you know, just a profile picture of some sort, because I'm not making a full-fledged model. The more forehead, the cuter it is.
Hello.
Right? It's kind of interesting,
welcome.
right? It's an interesting point, to be honest. And Plazine, hi. Okay, I will drink, thank you. The more forehead, the cuter it is, right? I feel like, yeah, true. Now we compare kittens and adult cats. The kitten has more forehead. It kind of feels like that, right? Yeah. What's that crack, yo? No comment. Actually, I think not. I think that's the chair noise. Maybe. I didn't feel the crack on my back just now. I'm not that old, am I? Oh no. I'm not that old. So I think the problem is the ear. I think the problem is actually the ear. I make the ear too close to the forehead. You ever crack your back and think it's going to glow like a glow stick? Oh, I assume you mean the thing. When there was once when I cracked the back for real. I cracked my back. I just woke up, and then I do a woke up yawn and just like stretch. You know, it's like I do that, and then I felt a huge crack at my spine. And then I shit you not, the spine started to not glow, but they feel warm. It's like that's not right. Like, huh? Why did the crack cause that to happen? What the fuck? And then that scared me so much. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. Like you have no idea. When the spine goes warm, it's fucking scary. Because I don't know what that means. But eventually it just sort of dies down, so it's okay. Just kind of scary though. Yeah, I messed up the ear. The ear shape's really nice, by the way. Thank you. At least for the front view, it looks good, but the side view, I realized what's wrong. I still need to like really look at like the front side. I mean, the top wise it looks okay. Not here though. Top wise, this one looks like shit. But Snoot and the dumpling looks pretty okay. Side view, the Snoot looks fine. Just the ear. So let me see if we can. Hey, get back. Get back. Now it looks like a bat. Hmm. 3D art struggles every day. 3D artist struggles from the wrong shape and trying to fix it in the most easiest way, but then they mess up everything instead. Every day. People struggle from this. It's a real epidemic. There's no way to fix this. Oh god. I love how this one looks fine, and then you... No, I cannot do that, I cannot do that. No, it looks like shit. It's eerie. The ear is ear-shaped. Not yet anyway. Okay, how do I do this? How do I do this? I feel lost. You know what? There's no shame in starting over. but what? I'll save this as like a separate thing. Give me a second. Buzz the... This is... I mean, that's how you spell fox, right? Okay. We save this one, just start a new one. Okay. No, let's do it right. I'm gonna do the shape first, and then pull out the schnitt. Just a second. This one. Okay. Okay, we make the dumpling first. I think it's a better way to make a dumpling. No. Come back. Okay. I think. I'm fine. I'm very fine. Yeah, this works better. I have an easier time controlling things. Wow, surprise. Clay build-up works better than move topologically. Surprise. I mean, not a surprise because... the thing is always that clay build-up it takes more time, but I have an easier time controlling things, so I should just use clay build-up. On some cases, move topologically is good for like cutting the corners, but most of the time it's just gonna break everything. Most of the time. So how much forehead do I want? Yes. Let's keep it that way first. Boing. Okay, let me make the schnitt. This probably could break my PC. Nah, it's only for 54k, it's fine. I remember ZBrush can handle... Not on my PC, but on my university's PC. 14 million, I believe? Yeah, I at some point... No, it's like... On the first ZBrush class that I have, I was just spamming one button, which is this button. So divide, what does this do? Divide essentially just a square of the current poly count. So essentially it's just like that poly count times that amount of poly count, or is it times 2? I forgot. Yeah, it's a square, it's a square. Right? 5746. No, this might be too much. You know, actually I think it's just like times 2. But times 2 is so less though. How does the fighting work again? Okay, let me see. 54. I forgot how it works. But essentially it just gives it more polygon. and then I just keep pressing a button until I crash the whole PC. And then my lecturer is like, what fuck you doing or what lao? You want to break the PC not like this ma? Ayo. It's like solid though. I was just trying to see like what's the maximum capacity that ZBrush can handle. But apparently it depends on your PC a lot. My PC, I believe it used to be able to handle like 2 million, 3 million while streaming. While streaming, I think it's only like 2 million before everything just breaks. Looks fun. And honestly, sculpting is fun to me. I fucking love sculpting. It's great. Can I add a little bit more? Need more top part. No, don't do that. Don't make it too defining. It's gonna be cute. The music perfect encapsulates my feeling right now. Frantic. I feel like this snoot is like a cylinder. Cylinder? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Well, why does this look kind of wrong? Like if I were to just You saw nothing. Next element snoot. I don't blame you for thinking about that. I mean, like, look, if I were to fucking just. Oh wait, no, I used the wrong tool. Yeah, I mean, it sure is an elephant shinyu. The thing. Maybe I should stop looking at it for now and just. I cannot unsee it. This is bad. Thanks for stream. Okay. Have good sleep, Ryan. Bye. Thanks for hanging around. See, I can give thumbs up now because Ling Long has thumb and Tira doesn't have one. Have good sleep. Lizard thumb, I know, right? I mean, it is kind of a lizard-ish thumb, right? It's not like it's perfect thumb, but it's something. Right? It's something. Okay, at the ear. Your model hand's better than I can draw them. Funny. You know what? I'm gonna show you something. A little bit of a thing. I did spend. I think I spent 1.5 sessions on just figuring out how to model fingers. It's not perfect looking, but I mean, it kind of works, right? I want to show you something. Hiya. Ado. I'm actually kind of curious on how I make this hand too, because I remember I spent like 1.5 session, which is roughly one session was about 6 to 7 hours, and then half, so it's like 9, I guess. I don't know if it's this one. I don't remember which one is it. Okay. Oh my god, my PC is dying. It's fucking 1 million. My PC is gonna die. Okay, anyway. Click here. Careful, slowly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, this is the finger. Suddenly crashes. No, don't don't crash. I mean, side view says a lot more. I was looking at like a lot of finger pictures. That sounds wrong, but I was looking at a lot of finger pictures. And like I know there's like three different points of like three different points of fingers, like this one. Let's see. Like there's three different points of bending point, right? Three different bending point for each finger, right? So I realized on here, like I'm sure you guys know this, right? When you put your fingers like this, like in front of you, straight, and then you can sort of see like three different sections of fingers, which is like this one, and then this one, and then lastly this one, right? So it's like, because I keep trying to make like just sausage fingers, you know what I mean? My first attempt was not having these sections as obvious, or having these sections way too obvious. Then it makes the finger look very awkward, right? So I always have this problem of the sections of the fingers look way too obvious, or nothing at all, so it looks like a sausage. And I realized that when I add volume to this part of the hand, I need to add up here a little bit as well, so that it looks plumped a little bit, right? Like the separation of the section doesn't go in, but it's the meat part of the finger goes out. So like, you don't need to specifically put this inside. That's too obvious. You just need to sort of make them pop out a little bit. And I was like, oh, that looks pretty good. And then you might see this section as well, like the fingertip. Like, oh hey, why is it like this? Because I saw, especially on the thumb, it's very obvious. Like especially on the thumb, you look at it straight, it has that shape to it. So it's not exactly straight. Like, come on, track. Come on, leap motion. How do I even do that? Look at your own fingers. It has this little whoop, that shape to it. It's like whoop. So like I don't know how to translate this into like 2D drawings, because I to be very honest, I don't really do a lot of 2D drawings, so oops. Like I don't know how well this information is good for y'all, but I guess you can take it a little bit. Mine whoops upwards, so it's not on the tracking dice again. You fuck. At least I know I can just do this. Restart. Look at that, it works wonders. So mine is like whoop, and then it's like whoop. Whoop. Mine actually, like especially on the thumb whoops downwards. Like my other fingers actually just, yeah, my other fingers looks not exactly like this, but close a little bit. Patience gone, you get a blob instead. It's okay, I have no patience as well, most of the time. It's Scott Dirk though. Okay, you know what? I need to know who Scott Dirk is. Because that looks mega adorable. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let me, you know what? I'm gonna change back the tool before I crash my PC. Alright, folks, how ya do? Oh, F? Okay, there it is. Hi, McLarge.
Hello, and welcome.
Dr. Spooky. Hi. Thanks for the follow. I'm not a Kobold today. Kobold ran away from art. Kobold doesn't do art. Anyway, Scott Berg. Oh, that's a very adorable dragon. I'm here for the fingertips. Don't listen to my fingertips. They're not even that good. It's just how I understand fingers. Oh, that's a really cute dart though. Oh, no question asked. Just Kobold things. Okay, there we go. Alright, how the fuck do I do this? This looks wrong, but it's okay. Did I just change to... God damn it. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you hear the fingertips. Like for real though, if I look at this, my fingertip bent downwards. It does. Mine bent downwards, like whoop, a little bit. So yeah. Oh my god. Okay, now I have a little bit more forehead, right? Or should I say 5 heads? You know, sometimes I should just shut up. I have overbending joints on my fingers to a whole swoop outwards. That's new. I feel like that's like a rare case of fingers. That also sounds kinda cool though. Is that weird? I hope not. Oh. It's a fun party trick to confuzzle people with. I would be confuzzled, yeah. But I think my best party trick is then my trick. Well, it's not trick, right? My trick is that my fingernails are super soft. So if I just leave the fingernail to grow for a few weeks, like it has to be very long though, right? Like right now it doesn't. Right now I don't have the fingernail to do it, but my fingernails are super soft. I could just bend them. Not bend them backwards, but I can just bend them like inwards, right? I can just bend the fingernails inwards, and then people look it's like, what the fuck, you? What a singer? Yeah, the boing boing. Because my friend groups and my family included, I don't know why only I have this kind of fingernail. So when I grow my fingernails to like kind of long, and I just like bend them inwards, like yeah. Oh my god. Fun. That's like one of my party tricks. Even though I don't really go to parties, they scare me, sort of. Unless they're like party of 4 or 5, I'm okay with that. I went to... Oh, speaking of party, I have a bit of things I want to share. I went to a birthday party of a friend in KL back then, a few years back. Consists of at least 20 people. Right, at least 20 people, and then I got overwhelmed. I was actually just standing in the corner, don't know what to do, just looking at my phone, it's like, please don't talk to me, I'm scared. I don't know, it's just too many people, it gives me anxiety, great anxiety. And then eventually a few of my close friends just comes to me and it's like, you okay? You wanna go back? Or you wanna like slowly hang out in a small room? And I just looked at them. I looked at them, my eyes desperately want help, but I don't know what I want. And then they were like, yeah, they were like, they brought me to like a room, because it's an Airbnb. They brought me to a room where there's like only 1 or 2 people. You know. And then immediately I calmed down, it's like, thank you. Like, oh, a big sigh of relief. Which is also why I might feel a little scared going to cons sometimes. Like, soon I'll be going to a furry convention in December, which is why I'm a tad bit scared. Because, you know, con, usually there's like a lot of people in cons, which is normal. But it's also like a place where I can meet a lot of my friends too, because it has been a long time since I last been to KL and find my friends there. So it's like, yeah, it's a good time to go find them and have some fun. But at the same time, it's convention. I'm scared. Oh, just thinking about it just makes my hand shaky. Yeah, the introvert corner. Fish dragon. Hey, Rocket. I get anxiety when it is really windy outside because I overthink way too much. Oh, you mean like the wind blows so harshly that your house moves a little bit? It happened last night. Here. I don't know why the wind was so big, but I find that cozy. See, anxiety works differently for other people. Please look after them. If something looks wrong, please go ask them or something. Gently ask them if they need something, you know, so that they can get over the anxiety, or just stay with them. Very important stuff. I love rain though. Honestly, who doesn't? You know the best feeling? Sleeping while it's raining outside. Ooh. It would be so good if I can go and sleep right now. It's raining outside. It's so cozy. But I cannot because I need to finish this thing. There's someone spent the 150k points so that I can do this to them. I cannot just be like, oh, sleep, yay, and then just like ignore this. I cannot. What is this instrument? This is not harmonica, right? Harpsichord? Is this harpsichord? Shit, I'm very curious. Is it this thing? Okay, wait, let me pause this. What does a harpsichord sound like? Please tell me. Why is it not YouTube? This is YouTube, you fuck. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Alright, thanks. Now I know what a harpsichord sound like. Accordion! Oh, wait, you might be right. Actually, you are right, I think. I forgot about accordion. Okay, it is accordion. It is accordion. It is. French accordion music. A playlist. Yep. Okay, so it is accordion, confirmed. Thanks, Tikaka. How can I forget about accordion? I mean, I'm not like a musical connoisseur or some shit. I'm not a connoisseur on music. I only play erhu and piano. That's it. Piano is fun as fuck though. It's been way too long since I last played any piano. I had to look the translation up because it's harmonica in Finnish and it offends me personally. Oh, it doesn't translate to harmonica. Harmonica? I just feel like the pronunciation is like harmonica and harmonica. 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 Nika. What if it's harmonica? There's a lot of Finnish words that sounds like English word but don't mean the same thing. Oh, that's interesting. It's an absolute backwards with Malay. Malay has a lot of like same pronunciation, same not the same spelling but same pronunciation words that means the exact same thing in English. The one that I can think of immediately is pharmacy, right? F-A-R-M-A-C-Y, and then Malay is F-A-R-M-A-S-I. Pharmacy. And exact same pronunciation, same thing. Malaysia's fucking lazy. But I have to say though, like the only thing that I can think of is like basketball. Basketball is like bola keranjang. It's like, oh go, ooh hey. It's not basketball, it's bola keranjang. It's like, excuse me. Keranjang? Okay. That's a lot that's a lot of words. You know, I think I know what's wrong. Snoot is not supposed to go down. We don't have a droop snoot here, right? We don't need a droop snoot. Snoot droop. So the snoot would droop. Droop snoot. Novelle in Finnish means a short story. But novel is like big story, right? Every language is weird. Very. You know, as a China man myself, I fucking hate Chinese. It's so fucking stupid. Because not only the pronunciation is so weird, it's not like weird, but you know what? Pronunciation is the less of the problem. It's the writing of Chinese is fucking insane. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna open up Krita real quick. I could write a few sentences in Chinese. It's gonna take so long though. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, let me translate this. Every language is weird. 每个语言都很奇怪, okay? 每一种语言都很奇怪. Okay, I'm gonna translate that. 每一种语言都很奇怪, okay? Let me see how long it takes me to write all that shit. Oh, it's... That looks like shit. Okay, 每一种语言都很奇怪。Hey, fuck that, it takes so long. I hate Chinese. Why is it so hard to write? and then you know when there's like essay class, and then the teacher always says like, oh, you need to write the essay at least 4 paragraphs. You need to write 4 paragraphs and at least 250 words. And something like this is 1 word. Right? So each of this is 1 word. 450 words! Fuck! Also, I took a pic of my bendy finger and I spent too much time adding speed lines to it because they want to see. Oh, if you don't mind, sure. I'm kind of curious about it. They hate people wanting to learn. Let me see if there's any. Oh, I can say they hate people wanting to learn. Right? I can translate this. 他们讨厌其他人。No, I cannot translate like that. 他们讨厌想要学习的其他人。Maybe something like that. Oh no! That looks painful. That looks painful. That is not normal. I cannot do that. Oh god. Yeah, I mean honestly, I don't think that's normal. It isn't. What? Are you saying that y'all can do this? It's bent, not straight. I cannot bend it. I cannot achieve using the water help. Like even if you give me some, okay, I'm trying to squeeze it on the, I'm squeezing on the table. It fucking hurts. I cannot do it. Look, okay. At most, I can bend it around. Okay, let's say this is straight. Alright, straight. Just maybe a little bit. That is my limit. Alright. How the fuck? No. Ow. 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 Yeah, I'm not gonna hurt myself. Don't worry. What I want to say again? I forgot. Okay, how about this? Don't hurt yourself. 不要伤害到自己. That sounds a little bit weird. 不要把自己弄伤了啊！不要把自己弄伤。Okay. Hey, time to write some Chinese. Fuck. Okay, 不要把自己弄伤。That looks like shit. Love. This is not too bad though. I think write a paper like this, it will give me carpal tunnel. It can help with finger cramps. I guess it does. Just I don't want to do that on the regular. If you only have to fill a certain amount of space, writing a finish is super fun for that. With words like epagestel malicidelam kohan. Is that a single word? Is that a single word? It is? Oh my god. I mean, I guess the most single word of a word that I can find is like a traditional Chinese dragon. Even I don't know how to write that. Dragon traditional Chinese character. Popomorpho, Dotomorpho. Okay, I think I can try to write that. So, okay, traditional Chinese dragon is like 一个月 一个我看不懂了，一个鱼，横竖弯钩，横竖弯钩。Okay. This is traditional Chinese. I mean, to be fair, traditional Chinese is a lot harder because this is simplified Chinese. This is simplified dragon, this is traditional Chinese dragon. Both pronounced as long. It means like with the unorganizedness, maybe. In a single word. That's amazing, though. I mean, Chinese pronunciation, you're gonna have like these kind of lines are very important. You have, let's say long, right? So long, okay, long, right? You have this line, so long, 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 long. So we have these 4 kinds of pronunciation for each word. So then that's why we can sort of you're forced to have intonation for Chinese. Alright, so it's like fuck. What else can I think of? Like E. Okay, E. And then sun. Oh shit, sun. Is it sun or shan? I don't remember. I think it's sun. Sun. And then si. Si. So, 1 2 3 4 5 5. So 5. I fucking hate Chinese. Chinese dumb. It's not Chinese dumb, but the language is dumb. It's so fucking hard. Which is why I applaud to anyone who wants to learn Chinese. I applaud their dedication and yeah, just dedication. It's difficult. But then again, I guess I'm not trying to scare you guys if you want to like learn Chinese. I would say go ahead. Hell yeah. If you want to learn Chinese, more power to you. Like you could boast about it if you learn about Chinese. Like if you learn how to speak, if you learn just like the basics of Chinese, it's already really good enough. Guys, why it looks so cursed? It sounds like a genuinely impressive feat. Honestly, yeah, it kinda is. Like, it's not like I'm trying to stroke my own ego here, but man, learning Chinese is by far the hardest thing to do in school, I feel like. Like, there's BM, there's Bahasa Malaysia, and then there's English, and then you have Huayu, you have Chinese. And then, because I learned in a Chinese school, so everything is like in Chinese. So mathematics is in Chinese, history is in Chinese, geography is in Chinese, and oh my god, especially history class, like the homework that the history class is always like wanting you to write at least 3 pages of a certain 条约, of a certain treaty, you know, like a peace treaty or like whatever treaty it is, and then you have to like write down pages of what the treaty consists of. Which year, who signed it to who, and then after signing it, what's going on. It's like a few pages of words that won't be the truth. I hate history class. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, I think a little bit closer to the Schnute works. I'm too lazy. Mood. Learn Finnish on top of that, you either burn your brain for languages forever, or unlock the Tower of Babel. Oh god. If I go learn Finnish, I'm gonna get burned. There's also like different kinds of written Chinese as well. And a lot of different spoken Chinese. I believe I mentioned this, but Sub Chinese has like Hokkien, Hakka, Cantonese, Teochew. Hokkien, Hakka, Cantonese, Teochew, Minnan. I only know about this 5, but I'm pretty sure there's more. Like if you want to go to the China side, there's like Sichuan or some shit. I don't know. It's It's a good thing I don't need to learn those shit. I just need to learn no more Chinese. But it's kind of funny though, because in okay, so I'm in East Malaysia. East Malaysia, usually people speak Chinese. It's like normal Chinese. And most of the people speak Malay. A very small amount knows English. And in the West Malaysia side, most people know English. Chinese-wise, they speak a lot of Hakka or Cantonese. Sometimes they don't understand normal Chinese. They have to speak Cantonese, which is very interesting to me because I was living in KL for 4 years, and since I don't know I don't know much about Hakka or Cantonese, so we have a hard time speaking, even though we both speak Chinese, but because we speak different sub-Chinese, we don't understand each other. It's wild. It's so wild. In the end, we just sort of English, or at some rare case, it's possible for me to speak Chinese and then them to speak Cantonese. I can understand a little bit of Cantonese. They can understand a little bit of Chinese, and then we both speak our own language. I speak Chinese to them. They speak Cantonese to me. We can sort of still communicate. On a rare case, that one is a rare case. Yeah, welcome to Chinese. You know what? I'm gonna stroke my ego for a little bit because I know Chinese. Hell yeah. Why not? You know, why not? See, the thing is, I know Chinese, I know English, and I know Bahasa Malaysia. Hell yeah. It's sort of like saya boleh cakap macam ini, tapi saya tak mau. Saya boleh cakap bahasa Inggeris, tapi saya boleh. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna flex. I'm flexing. Although I'm just gonna flex this time. Alright, just this one time let me flex. Okay, I need to enhance the dumpling a little bit, I think. A little bit more upwards. A little bit more downwards. We need more forehead, but we don't need more yeah, and then I'll just like add lower jaw to it. Why don't I just take like a fox mask as like a reference? I didn't think of that. Yeah, okay, this looks not too bad. But I think the snoot is too long. As like a cutesy character, snoot must be short. As proposed by the ref. Oh, the ref that I'm looking at here. You see like the cute characters? Short snoot. Very short too. Like even this one cannot see because it's like front view, but judging from the like the shade, I guess I can tell it's kind of short as well. Like normal fox have like medium snoot length, medium. This is very cute, no? Wait. Where's my dragon model? Oh, it's here. I suddenly crave sushi. Huh? Is it because I'm a fish Dirk and I crave sushi? That sounds wrong. I'm not supposed to crave sushi because I'm a fish Dirk. But I do crave sushi though. Fuck, those raw salmons though. Yeah, sushi is very tasty. It's a little bit sad that sushi is quite expensive. Scratch that. Sushi is very fucking expensive. Salmon nigiri, my beloved. Yes, yes. Like just the raw salmon is all I ever want to just eat them. They're so expensive though, right? Usually in like sushi shops, and then it's like the most expensive thing, it's always the salmon. It always makes me so sad because I love them. I mean, inari is also pretty good, right? Inari nigiris or like anything with inari is pretty good. I'm hungry. We have like 2 sushi buffets in our town. Yo, I love it. You pay like 20, I think that's €1, and can eat as much salmon nigiri. Oh my god! Salmon buffet? That is new to me, very new. I don't think I've seen a Japanese restaurant buffet, to be honest. I feel like if they just open up a buffet that is of Japanese cuisine, I think they're just gonna go broke because there's people like me who just go in and, well, go ham on the sushis. I'm not saying that I have big appetite. At least not as big as 4 years ago. 4 years ago, my appetite was insane. They have also all kinds of other sushi too, but I can just go ham on the salmon. I wanna go ham on the salmon. That sounds so good. Finland is buffet country. We love buffets. That's fucking amazing. Buffet country. That's the first. I don't know what to say about Malaysia in terms of food. I think Malaysia is like we have a lot of different kinds of food, and you will always have trouble choosing what food to eat every day. I think that's Malaysia, because Malaysia has like so many different kind of cuisine that is like authentic to Malaysia. We have like Indian cuisine, Malay cuisine, Baba Nyonya cuisine, and also Chinese cuisine, of course. Like Baba Nyonya is like the second most used cuisine. Baba Nyonya, because it's like the spices that they use is just way too good. So Baba Nyonya being one. I think Indian cuisine is a lot, because I think Indian cuisine is number one because like the roti canai, roti telur, and then you have like the nasi biryani, murtabak. Those kind of stuff is like very affordable and also very fulfilling. So it's like it's good. If they make like really tasty roti canai, roti telur, you can have like a very affordable and very fulfilling meal. Like I remember when I was when I was studying in KL, I usually go to like a mamak store which serves like Indian cuisine. Usually we call them mamak store, and like less than 10 ringgit, I can have like a very fulfilling meal. Like I can just order like two roti telur, one roti canai, and then like the teh limau ice, something like that. And then all of those is just like 7 to 8 ringgit. It's like, fuck yeah, dude. It helps so much with saving money and also having a very fulfilling meal. So maybe I think that's the reason why like Indian cuisine is very strong in the West Malaysia, not very strong in East Malaysia. So it's kind of weird, because I feel like East Malaysia is like I don't know how to explain it, but East Malaysia people don't really prefer Indian cuisine a lot. Of course there are some still do, but it's just not the majority of people. Feels like, definitely. Sushi buffet, there's also honey cake for dessert, and spring rolls, and deep fried chimkin. Oh hey, WeChat, it's a thing that I never use. That looks so good though. Yo, oh my god, there's so many things. Look at that. Whoa. Oh my god, you could just take all of those. Oh, look at all the rolls. And then you have self-serve wasabi here. Woohoo! And then the sliced ginger. I don't personally prefer sliced ginger, but wasabi is. Can I get the whole okay sign? Yeah, I can. Oh, In front of them is the flame salmon nigiri. Upper left is salmon nigiri. It's like this part, right? It's not very obvious because yeah, it's quite small, but I can kind of see it. Yeah, flame salmon nigiri is here. Do they have like mentai sauce on them? Because I do love a good old mentai salmon nigiri. The other way around. Food. I will eat way too much. Honestly, same. I don't think I can hold myself back. Flame salmon nigiri is like salmon nigiri, but they take a flamethrower at them. Yeah, they use blowtorch and like blow on them for a little bit on top to give it a light sear. To those who doesn't like fully raw salmon, but they want a little bit of like the light sear will. you know when you cook things, you have like the smell coming out, right? No, this is kind of like that. You can have you can have like a blowtorch salmon, and then it will still it will still taste a little bit like raw salmon, but it's not fully raw. So like the texture, because sometimes people don't like the texture of raw salmon, so they lightly sear it on like the surface, right? Only on the surface they lightly sear it, and then just like And often they have like, so yeah, spicy sweet sauce. That's mentai, the Ming Tai sauce mentai. Mentai. Mentai sauces. Oh my god. Ooh, damn. Ooh. A salmon roll. A salmon roll. And because the place is so popular, sushi get updated so fast, the flame ones are still a bit warm when you get them on your plate. That is amazing! God, but bless that buffet store, really, bless. It's amazing. They're doing amazing work. I'm hungry now. Foob, no, foob. I'm hungry too. I just ate not too long ago. I cannot eat too much. If I eat more, I have to inject more insulin into my body. I mean, of course, I can just do that, but man, insulin is kind of expensive though. So, okay, I can add. It's possible, right? Yeah, it's possible. So that makes sense. I'm gonna save this one first. I don't feel like doing art today, I feel like. I'm sorry. If I didn't have to wait for a package, because they're asking for him to go for a lunch there. Ooh. Get a snack? I mean, I do have snack here, I think. No. Oh, hi Merp. It's Merp and it's Muffin. Oh my god, hi. Thanks for the pets. Hello. Oh, I want it. Hi. Oh, I messed up. How are y'all doing? Welcome in. It's the Merp and it's the Muffin. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, both wonderful beings. Check them out. I think I'm gonna try to add another. Just gonna add another shape to it. Yep. I think I can just make it smaller. Pull it. Okay, make it smaller and then pull it out. I think that works. Stinky. Now we got rickrolled. Just popping in while waiting for a friend to wake up a little. How are you doing? Ooh, I'm doing pretty good. a little hungry, a little bit hungry. I'm doing pretty good. I need to... Thanks for pets. The double pet? Oh. You know, as a dragon, I can say, no wonder Tyrion likes this. Hey, pets though, it's amazing. Pet with both claws? I like that. The good stuff. Hunter, you both make me hungry in this hour. Well, go eat. Go eat. So gonna go get sushi afterwards. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna make the snoot like very small down here. Like this one attached to this one. This one go up a little bit. I don't know if you guys are enjoying this SpongeBob music, but I sure am. I never noticed how good SpongeBob music is. Even though I never watched SpongeBob before. But man, is it good. Oh, hey. Oh, I messed up. I forgot. Delete this. Newly added shapes, they don't mirror. Okay, done. Sure to mirror. Okay, there we go. Small. I like it. Now I just want to dig up a bunch of SpongeBob music in case I get a DM again. Good shenanigan music. Yeah, they have good shenanigan music and they have music like this. I'm listening to like a long video now. This is what I'm listening to. Like they have like a bunch of music here, and it's like And since this is on YouTube, so if my video get copyrighted, YouTube, you suck. Okay, I can make them seamless afterwards. But for now, I just want to like get the very basic lower jaw shape done, and should be good to go. And I think here should pull. That looks surprisingly good. Alright. So if I make them seamless... No, I don't want to make them seamless. I want to make them... Oh yeah, yeah, just add bones to it. afterward. Now I just want to... Fuck. Yeah, because of this I need to fix this as well. Oh, I hate it when this happens. Ah, why? Sometimes they just like get the wrong idea. Does that work? Oh, it works. Okay, nice. Thank God. No, thank dragons. At least it's taking shape. I was a little bit lost. Not gonna lie, I was feeling a little bit lost and not too sure how to get the shape done, but surprisingly I kinda get the shape in. Like, this is good shenanigan music. Because the mouth is open, it needs to be smaller on the lower jaw. But I cannot enter like that. Looks kind of dumb. This sounds like running away music. It's looking up. It's looking up. Maybe the upper snoot needs to go down a little bit.
Hello, and welcome.
Jade. And Bluebills. Hi. Yeah, why is the initial shape kinda hard?
This is my comfort zone since I'm trapped in a room that is playing music by Alvin and the Chipmunks and it's my torture.
Alvin the Chipmunks and my torture? Alvin the Chipmunks? Alvin... Why do I feel like I heard of that name before? Alvin the Chipmunks? But I guess I'm glad that this can be your comfort zone. Ugh. Thanks. I just want to make an open mouth, but I feel like, why are you... Yeah, it's looking upwards. For whatever reason. I didn't realize. Why are you looking upwards? Okay, no, looking upwards is not a big deal. Just I can rig it afterwards and just I'm trying to render the picture only, right? This is not a fully fledged project. It's fine. Yip yip yippity yip. Aw. No, Kobo Yip are adorable. I love them. You know, as a dragon, Kobo Yips is my I listen to Kobo Yips to fall asleep. You know, people should make like a kobold, a dragon lo. I'm not a kobold right now. I'm a dragon. People should make a dragon lo-fi and then just be like, it's like just kobold yips over and over, and then the dragons be just like nod in approval. That is a lo-fi I want to listen to. Now at least that's the kind of a lo-fi I want to listen to. Dragon lo-fi just full of yip noises.
Yep. Yep.
Oh shit.
Yep.
See, it's all yip noises. I think shape-wise this is actually not bad.
Ooh, shiny.
The dumpling could look better. And I think I can add... It's okay, dragon can yip. Dragons can yip too.
Yep.
I get it. Even I yip. See, I just yipped. Dragon yip is not bad, I like it. Dragon yip is good. Okay, like... Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh. I'm gonna go toilet after this. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put this here. There, you know what? It's so cursed that I'm gonna make it into like an inversed. I'll be right back. The music doesn't make it better. I'm telling you, music is making it 10 times better. Just a little yip as a treat. You know, Kobo will be happy. Kobolds will be so happy when the dragon yips with them. It's like a yip of approval. You know, when the dragon just like lift the kobold and it's like, and then look at it and say, yip. You know, when they lift up the kobold like this and the kobold on the hand is like, yip. And then dragon's like, okay, yep, and then just put it back down. It's like, ah, that's so cute. I'm gonna be right back real quick, alright? Just look at this cursed stuff and just... I'll be right back. Take care of yourself. I'm back. Did this thing scare you? Any jump scare happened? It sure looks kind of spooky from afar. Halo. Right, okay. Let me just... How would I want to make a cutesy kind of fluff though? Hmm. Oh wait, I think I can do that. It goes down, right? This might be an interesting way of doing it. Look, it's hard, right? It's hard, okay? It's hard. It's very hard. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. Actually, no, I don't think I want to add that much in this. I think tree is fine, and then if I just like do this a little bit, I want them to kind of point down. But at the same time, I don't want them to be too protruding. Oh yeah, I got lingonberry porridge. Ooh. Relaxing SpongeBob jam for sleeping / studying. There's any kinds of sleeping studying jams out there now. It's almost like someone made semolina porridge, but instead of milk, they use pureed lingonberries. So tasty. Berries on porridge though. I never really thought of that. In porridge, I usually go for. Oh no, I don't know what that is in English. 香菇肉酱. Oh wait, you know I can search up the thing. Xiang gu rou rou jiang. Doesn't look appetizing, but I assure you this plus porridge is really good. Xiang gu rou jiang. Okay, let's see. It's mushroom meat sauce. Ah, mushroom meat sauce. Yeah. It's sort of at the savory and a tad bit spicy side. And I think this one is really good pairing with like even just white congee or porridge. It's so good. Just give me one bowl of porridge and or congee, and then give me this. And then she's going, mine. This is handmade? Ooh. 香菇肉酱. This is not 香菇肉酱, excuse me. This is this is the we use this one. This is handmade, obviously, and usually this sauce is paired with tofu, egg tofu. So usually you will cut tofu to like multiple pieces, you know, the egg tofu, and then you have like this thing, pour on top, stir fry it, and then you have something delicious. It's good stuff. Yeah, it doesn't really look appetizing, does it? This is Vispi Puro, lingonberry porridge, though it's usually served in a bowl. What? Let me look at it. Oh, whoa! Isn't this just soft serve? It's a porridge? It's a soft serve, it's an ice cream. Oh god, I wanna... It's a porridge. I thought porridge would be more... I thought porridge would be will have more rice in it, I feel like. Oh, they're so fucking good though. You whisk it to be really fluffy and serve with milk and sugar. Maybe our version of porridge is different. We don't whisk rice though. Do we whisk rice? Oh, maybe the rice porridge is congee? Porridge are very varied food. Okay, you know what? That's a very fair point. Yes, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. It is a very varied food. Because it's wheat based. True. It is. This is so interesting though. It's the first time I've seen this kind of porridge. Definitely the first time. And like at first glance, I thought this was just a soft serve ice cream. It's like, I want it. And now it's like, it's truly porridge. I want it still. Because you serve it with milk and sugar. It's like the classic, the combo, milk and sugar. 小女人的小天地 excuse me, that's not it. 番茄香菇肉炒香 No. No. It's a bit tart because lingonberries, they really need sugar to be easy to eat. Oh, okay. Like cranberries and lemon had a baby. Oh, that sounds kind of amazing though, not gonna lie. Yeah. Also, this is my favorite music. This is my favorite SpongeBob music. I have to say though, this is really good. Like, not only by the looks, but I feel like this is gonna taste super good. This music is so cute though. Okay, anyway, back to this a little bit more. I can sort of update this a little bit, I think. It's healthy too? I thought most berries are like on the healthier side. Maybe I could be wrong. You know what? I could be extremely wrong on that. Heck yeah, Fox Flu. Oh, this is a weird angle for my hand. Just add a little bit here as well. Like, I guess the continuation for the fur pattern, I think? Is the instrument that's being played electric guitar? I don't know what the instrument is, but it's so interesting. All the music has like a very, very EDM remix, I think. Let me... What is this? The Rick Hornpipe? The... Oh my god, stop typing Chinese. The Rick Hornpipe remix? Trap remix? Krusty Krab? 97 million views. That must be the one. I know I listened to that one before. Here, let's give it a listen. Yeah, okay, so it is this one. It's a dream. This is actually really good. I remember listening to this one before. This is 2013 over again. Danson. Oh. Gosh, is this the floof? Okay, looking for a flower, looking for a flower. That is actually okay. You know what? Looking for a flower, that's kind of cute. It's a short one, but I kind of like it. It's not bad. The snake dancing. God, this is so adorable, though. the wiggler. And then Kelpie? Nice. When wolves cry out. That's a really nice noodle dancing. What's up? What's going on? Doing a blueprint is so heckin' hard. Blueprint? Of like a woodworking thing? Like a carpenter? Teach me how to be a blueprint master. I had never touched blueprint before. What do you mean? Maybe if I can add one more that's slightly longer. You don't know what the blueprint is? The blueprint, I don't know, but a blueprint? Sort of. It's like a blueprint of usually to make... It's like a sketch of some sort. Like you let your supervisor know what the general idea or general direction of a certain project goes. I think that's what blueprint does. To make stuff, sort of? It's the idea of making stuff. I think that's what the blueprint is. Like you give a general direction and a general idea of what the current project is, what are the ideas towards the current project. I think that's what the blueprint is. To me personally, I feel like that's what it is. Which I don't use because, I mean, I'm lazy. I don't plan out things. What you think? You think I stream and then I have like scripts that I read? I don't. I just wing it every time. I wing. It's like improv. This one I want to make it a little bit more. This. shaped. Is this a VOD? All of the Twitch channel things will be uploaded into YouTube, so yeah. I mean, I have, let's see, I have been uploading my VODs to YouTube always for a long time. I mean, not a lot of people watch it, I know, but it's just where I archive my things here. So these are all the VODs I have. Like every stream will go here, so that I won't lose them. I'm sort of treating this as like kind of a archive. I save my stuff here. Yeah, it's still copyrighted stuff, but the owner allows content to be used on YouTube, so it's fine. And I'm not monetizing it, so there's only one instance where I play like a very heavily copyrighted song, and that one video got taken down. Only one so far, so I'll take it. So this song just call me? The fuck? 06938156. Who's this? I actually don't know who this is. They just call. You know, I'm gonna call back. Give me. I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit, alright? The number you've dialed is not in servers. Then how did the number even call me then? Maybe it's like the scam calls. I feel like. Like last night I had like a 03 number called. And then once I call back, it's like a dead number. Am I getting called by ghosts? The scheme, like I said, the planning of the project. The general idea of the project. Like a blueprint is where, you know, when they approve the blueprint, that's where the real work starts. You know, the heavy workers, they bring all the stuff because they know the exact amount of things that they need. They know the exact they know the materials that they want, and they know so that they can create the scaffolding. You know, the scaffolding so they can create things from out there as well. It's like that is like the general scheme, right? The general idea of that project depends on that blueprint. So which is why blueprint requires so many people to look at it to get it approved. You know, you're gonna give it to the supervisor, gonna give it to the designer, gonna give it to like especially the interior designer, right? And also architects, right? So they need to like look at the blueprint, imagine it, and it's like if this is gonna work, so that the heavy workers can work according to that blueprint. They can look at it, it's like, oh, that's what we need. Okay, let's do it. You know, that's what blueprint does, I believe. At least according to my knowledge. Why explain to Miss? Am I not allowed to explain things on my stream? I think this one. It's kind of weird. I think I know why it's weird. I see it. I see it. I think I know why it's weird. I mean, front view looks fine. Oh no. No. No, I don't want to do it again. Push back, push back. Oh, you know what? Maybe. Just maybe. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, it should be parallel to the ear. Now the behind looks fat because I pulled extra volume. Yeah. Huh? Dark Ringo Burr, Dark Isoe. Sure. We might. Right. Yes. mean, I did put it back for a little bit. Man, personally, I feel like foxes is kind of harder to make than snakes. I mean, I don't think I struggled that much when I was making Brain's character. At least I feel like I'm doing okay when I was making Brain's character. This might be a little bit too sharp. Yeah, I guess the general rule of thumb for a cutesy character is not to have too much sharp edges, or if at all. So this one looks wrong. I mean, looks a little different. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks a little bit different, yeah. I mean, the fur goes up, but mine goes down. I guess I can change a little bit. Do I want to make the fur go up? It just doesn't seem natural. Because of how gravity works, I think. I mean, even from this one, the fur pattern goes down, kinda. So I guess the fur pattern goes up is a little bit unnatural. To be fair, this is AI generated, so probably why. Okay, now I just need to merge them together. But before I merge, I should like have a separate save. Just overthinking, it looks cool. I'll take it. What's with the... What? Why is that head so big? There we go, that makes sense, okay. Hi, Roxas. Why Tiara is so serious all of a sudden? Oh, have you not been to my art streams before? When games Monday no game, huh? My art stream usually when the first 3 hours would just me panicking and then the rest would be just me hyper focusing. I guess I didn't do as much art streams lately, so I don't blame. Carry me CS? Hey, fuck lah, I don't even know how to play CS one. It's more like you're gonna carry me in CS because you play more shooting games than me. We go VC. What you want voice chat? Is it, huh? You stream on my site to tempt you. I mean, you wouldn't tempt me. Well, you think I'm that easy to tempt? Now I just need to like you. Actually, yeah. You. Nah, I'm in Discord. If you wanna, you can get in. You can get in and stream your little CS and see if you can tempt me. I forgot I'm. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to merge. Coming back home to Thames. You're not even home yet. I'm leaving, chat. He's 73k. I guess I'm just making like a fox head. I haven't made a mushroom yet. Is the one who was saying on the stream that she likes CS? I do like CS. But I guess when I'm doing art, I'm not easily tempted. Because I think I have the like I have a bit of a tendency to just hyper focus on things and just don't care about anything else. Especially after 3 hours into the stream, during art stream, I just sort of go hyper focus mode and I just don't talk anymore. Which is like, it's like the productive time, you know, the productive time. So I'm just gonna focus, yeah. Because I know me panicking at like first 3 hours of the stream usually is like a little bit all over the place. Even I myself feel a little bit off. But it's only like my natural feeling towards art, I guess. It's gonna take a while for me to like go into hyper focus mode and just like hopefully do things right. And usually when I'm focusing, it's just like I'm trying to look at every detail. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword as well, because sometimes I overthink things way too hard and just sort of impede the speed, I guess, the speed of me doing things. Also, fucking just restart. Maybe Roxas Maybe Roxas know you more. Roxas knows me a lot. Like we both used to hang out quite a bit during Furry Convention. And they used to play games a lot as well. And then Roxas is just like a little shithead. It's like always say that I cannot play. But it's all good and fun. We both know each other very well. Ooh, Sculptress Pro is kinda scary. Maybe I shouldn't be using that. But this place is so awkward. There we go. So you can know how the Kobo works already? I mean... On the surface level, I guess? Yeah. I mean, it's only normal since we talk quite a bit. I think I need to do this, and also this one. There's something I want to try. Because I modified the lower jaw quite a bit. I guess lower jaw doesn't work that way. Ooh. Yeah, okay, so I did modify it quite a bit, and It's a bit off now. Yeah, I make the lower jaw too small. Yeah. I'm just glad that I have enough forehead. Enough forehead to put the things I want. I feel like eyebrow like this adds the cute meter to it. Right? I honestly love eyebrow like this, like just a little dot. I feel like that's a really cute eyebrow. Usually people use this kind of eyebrow on a lot of kimono styled things. This is nowhere near kimono, but it still kind of works. I personally kind of like it. But now I think, yeah, the head more or less looks like this, yeah. Now, body-wise, I'll keep it very simple. I'll make it more French-shaped like this. And the limbs also, I don't need to like make too much. Oh, bless. Bless. I don't need to make super detailed limbs like this one. That was painful. Yeah, like the cutesy one, they don't have like actual limbs, but I do want to add paw pads to it. I know to add. I mean, of course, gonna add beans to it. It's like cute. Beans is like 50% of the cute meter to it. So yeah, that's something. I'm sure picturing at the end result already. I guess I cannot do much pose, but ooh yeah, tail too. Fox has big bushy tail, which is bushy tail good. But side view looks a little cursed though. Like the front quarter and top looks okay. Front surprisingly looks very okay. It's only the side view that looks off. Oh, extra cheek. That's why. Extra cheek. It's not supposed to be here. In the good college can't stay for long. Have a good stream. Alright. Good luck with college. Just thinking, something's not right. I cannot point my finger at it. Something's not right. I cannot point my finger at it. Something's definitely not right. Is it the forehead? No, it's not the forehead. Is it the ears? We in front a little bit? You're too adorable. What? Says the adorable kobold. You're adorable too. I cannot point my finger at what's wrong. Wait, how about this? I'm gonna use my very old strategy in the book. Stand up, look away, and go very far away and look back. Alright, keep it at the side view. Okay, keep it like this. Alright. And then stand up, look behind. Still cannot tell. Oh. Wait, that might be it. It's the extra meat on the back of the head. What if I try to like push it back and see how it goes? Like, it's the extra meat that makes it look a little bit awkward. So you can never underestimate the oldest trick in the book. Stand up and walk away, look from afar. Now it looks a little bit more awkward. I think just below here adds a little bit. Yeah, that does look a little bit, just a little bit more bearable. Or you know what? Maybe since I'm just doing like a rendering picture. Maybe just don't do side view. Yeah, just don't do side view. Any kind of angle works except for side view. So I have a lot of choices in terms of like the end product. I can render it. Oh, wait, this view looks weird. Oh, wait, oh, that's new. Quarter view looks a little bit off, question mark? I think it's just the lifeless mouth that makes it looks weird. Yeah, it could be like the lifeless mouth. Also, there's one thing I want to check. It's the chinage for fox. This is a fox chinage. Oh, they have this. So the lower lip actually goes up. Oh, this is a lower lip. Oh. I guess I can do that, but yeah, at least the schnoz doesn't look too hard to make. I guess I can make the lower jaw like very small. Also, by whatever miracle, I almost fell asleep. by whatever miracle, I was in the middle of doing art and then I almost fell asleep. I don't even know myself sometimes, it's so weird. See, I work in mysterious ways. Even I don't even understand myself most of the time. I think that sometimes if I do hang out with friends, I just feel like I'm a loose cannon sometimes. I'm a loose cannon. You don't know what's gonna happen to me. I might just fall asleep and just go bombastic. One of them. You never know. The 50-50. Schnoz. Yeah, I should add a line to it. Like, yeah. Ooh, too much. Gonna enhance that nose line. Wait, today's Monday, right? Oh! Oh, today's Monday. Oh shit, how did I get huh? Wait, no, huh, wait, huh. Wait, just... Now hang on just a second. Got you this Monday. No wonder my friend was calling me for a little bit just now. Although that fake number was not my friend. My friend just called me. And now he's finding me in WeChat. There's badminton tonight, he says. I forgot. I actually forgot that I have badminton on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I cannot believe it. Oh shit. I don't know how my brain works sometimes. But good thing that I remember. Well, I didn't remember, but my friend reminded me. That's an interesting schnoz. They just have two holes here? Oh my god, it's literally impossible. I need more polygons. Maybe if I try. It doesn't look like a lot, but I can try. Honestly, time is truly an illusion. Like, if I don't think about it, if I think about it, 2013 is almost gone. They have like a little line. 2013 is almost gone. I don't even understand how that works. What in heck's name is going on? It looks weird. No, I'm not gonna add that. I don't even know polygons to work with. Just keep it like this, I think. I could use texture to give the illusion of it being a dent in. here with Schnarch. You know, I really think it's because the model is looking up. That's why it looks off to me. I love it that I'm not the only one who says 2013 instead of 2023. Oh, did I say 2013? Oops. My brain cells are melting. Don't worry about it. I actually didn't know I said 2013. It's all good. Look, it might be, it might still be 2013. The end of the world just passed. Who knows English anyway, right? Just English? No. English, more like no. English is tough. I don't like English. Or maybe language is tough. I don't like languages. Can we just go yip instead? Yip and rar. Just go yip and rar for society to thrive with its language. Instead of hello, how you doing? You can go, you can just go to the face and yip at the face. Yip! And then there was like, oh, no, yip, okay. No, okay, yip. And then someone comes and she's like, yip? No, no, yip? Yip, no, It's tough. Oh, I think I know what's up. This is like a tough one to fix too. This part right here is the one that's messing with my eyes, and I don't like it. Why? Because lips doesn't work that way. Mouth doesn't work that way. This is tough. This
No.
tail? Hi again, cheesecake. Maybe I can try this. Just maybe. Show tail on stream? How scandalous. I mean, it's okay for a dragon to be scandalous. It's fun. You can show tail on stream. Tail good. I like tail. Yeah, if I inverse this and just straight up do no wait. Oh yeah, look at that emote. Nussy? Is she nussy? Wow. A word just came to my mind. I read Shinashi, and then somehow Dragusi came in. My single brain cell is really showing off right now. It's fine. Somehow Dragusi came into my mind. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I think I can make the lips smaller, like this. Oh, that looks so much better. Oh, that looks so much better. I think I can just like push this up. And point down a little bit. That's a little bit more pleasing to the eye, I think. Maybe a little bit too much. Like down a little bit. I'm struggling to work. I think this is fine, actually. I can... If I just clear the mask and just sort of fix this one like this, I think it's possible. Showing off distracts the tail. Showing off tail? Or showing off tail distracts me? You definitely will. I mean, I think it's just a recent discovery that I love tail a lot. Tail is great. The chunkier it is, the better. Oh, I think I have a slight realization when I was doing the snake model, where initially the snake models, the snake model tail is massive, and then at the back of my mind is like, I love it though, but then another way, another side of mine is like, it's too big though. It doesn't make sense. So then it's like, because it doesn't make sense, so I just make it smaller back. And now that I think about it, I was a dum-dum. How is that not make sense? The bigger tail, the bigger the tail, the more sense there is. Like, come on, man. Jeez. Come on, woman. Just think with your brain. Don't abandon your one single brain cell. Tail so big. I wonder if I did have that file. Maybe I might need to look at it like one by one. Yeah, Decreased tail is short but chunky, which is very valid. Chunky tail... Chunky tail. I forgot what to do. Oh yeah, masking. Sorry, that's the problem. Chunky tail. Your tail is a pogo stick. I saw like I think it was your PNG tube or your PNGs, or which one is it? I forgot. But I think I noticed that your character, your kobold is like sitting on their own tail. It's like, I like that. I like that aesthetic, or like that design. It's wonderful. Like having strong tail, like being able to poke over the tail. It's like, honestly, I think tail is like great. And chair always with you? Yeah, always have chair 24/7. It's like, oh, my leg hurts. Whoop, chair. You're right, I forgot to mention. I went to one of the maps that cost money in Lethal Company. Oh, did you went to Titan or Rend? I remember me... Yeah, it was me and Breen that went to Titan once. And then Breen met the girl where I didn't see the girl. And it's like our first encounter. And I have no idea what's going on. There were so many monsters in Titan, it's insane. But that's the only one time that we've been there. It's like, I don't know what to do. Titan's too wild. I have another character I made that's almost like a Naga with feet. Love the tail. Tail. Naga with feet... Isn't Naga with feet just Anthro snake? You know, snakes with limbs. Because Naga has hands but no feet. Yeah, Naga has hands but no feet, and then a Naga with feet is just an Anthro snake, no? But tail so big that they can move with it alone. Oh, yes. Yes. Gosh, that's amazing though. Oh, Dine? Okay. How was Dine? Did you find any like lady? Because I was playing with Leon last night as well. Leon claimed that he saw the lady, which I didn't. I don't know. Am I that lucky? Probably. Hey, I as a kobold, I can be very lucky because I always have a dragon with me. Like, this dragon is always with the kobold. Okay, if I want to have an easier time. Not really, but I played with one friend that stayed in the ship and I actually froze. The man gave me so much anxiety. Oh my god. Wait, it made you froze, but you're like the... I always see you as like the horror person. Nothing scares you because you were so brave playing all the horror games that I saw. And that map made you froze? Oh god. Oh god. Well, now I'm scared. I guess I should have just done this classic way of doing it. No, it's too massive. I don't know what's going on. Sounds about right. Like the map that costs money is just way too big, it feels like. Oh, delete motion. Not tracking. Yep. I don't know why this time I need to keep refreshing. My hand broke. Ow, 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 my shoulder. Ow, 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 ow. There we go. Ow, 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 my shoulder. Ow. It's like an abandoned mansion that's massive with nothing going on, which gives me anxiety because of the unknown. Right. I knew it. It's like the unknown. It's the scariest thing ever. I knew it. I mean, of course I knew. Unknown is always giving me the most scare. Like I scare myself more than the game scares me. Always. Which is why I always say that horror games that plays with atmosphere other than jump scare is like the perfect one, the perfect horror game. Play with atmosphere and not play with jump scare. Jump scare just gets old so quickly. Found them during a time I didn't know kobolds yet, but this clearly a kobold. Ooh. That's clearly a kobold, yes! Oh my god, that's so perfect! God, that's so perfect! Oh, look at the amount of tail! Oh my god! So good drawing. Just yep. Tail never too big? Yes! And now I can wholeheartedly agree, tail never too big. I didn't think I would get scared, but as I got further in, I just feel unsafe and want to leave. Atmosphere. You know, Zeekerss nailed it. The atmosphere is impeccable in the game. It's insane. So cute. I just want to look at it for a little bit more. This is so adorable. It's cute though. I like this one a lot though. Look at the tail. Look at the tail. Look at the tail. And chase reveal. I gotta get to the name and make them into a real character. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I'm gonna make long-tail kobold too. Honestly, I think my kobold has quite the tail. I think, personally. But I'm I'm at the edge, right? I'm at the edge of wanting to make a frill lizard of my own, like a frill lizard that is so elegant. Because I feel like the frill on the lizards, they're just made for elegant. I love them. Like all my characters are made from 3D instead of 2D. I mean, like sure, like Linglong is first made with 2D with a very jank reference, and then eventually I just made into 3D. But the snake and the kobold, I first made the model, and then I made the 2D reference sheet. I think snake doesn't have the reference sheet yet. It's kind of funny. Oh my god, I'm so glad I was just like rendering for fun. Look at so it looks so loud. I don't like it. Also, yeah, I think that's a good number of tail. Yeah. It's not chunky, but it's long enough. No, this kind of tail is made for tail whip, you know. Wacha! Hacha! Tail whip. See, I have tail whip and scratch. Here, with the peppers, or maybe pound. What is this, Pokemon? The good old switch round and tail whack. What pair? I like it. Very cute. Adorbs. Oh yeah, I think I never mentioned, but I saw, I noticed like out of the blue, but I saw Merp's new PNG is like so adorable. Like Merp's new PNG is very, you can just like, you can like pinch the cheeks like. I mean, honestly, that goes for all the kobolds. Since I'm talking as a dragon now, I can just like pinch the cheeks like. It's very adorbs. Ooh, now the jaw looks weird because this part, this part makes the whole jaw looks weird. Need to add more volume here. It is super cute. I know, right? I know. And then plus Merp has that authentic kobold energy. I'm sorry if I'm being weird here, but it's just how I feel. Oh look, I like kobolds, okay? I love them. They're fucking amazing. There is not enough kobolds on the internet. Oh yeah, that, I mean, the mouth is looking like it's not bad. It's a little bit off though here. Yeah, I feel like it looks way better now. Just here a little bit. Okay, yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the side view doesn't look too bad now. And I think front view looks a little bit better as well. Looks like jaw plays a big part. See, that's the thing with 3D art. Any small changes can really impact the whole thing. which is why you keep seeing me just like rotating around like this. Just want to get the whole feel to it. Like at the end production, this one is very important. At the end of like finishing touch, this is very important. This render right here is super important because you're gonna look at the silhouette and see if the silhouette works. Not I'm gonna stop here for today, like for art, for this one. But I do want to share a little bit of things. Let me save real quick. Just got home. Time for pew pew? No, time for badminton. I have badminton soon. Not soon. 8 p.m. as always. So it is especially true to... That's 3 hours, but I need to eat beforehand. Can people... No, I need to eat earlier than usual so that I don't vomit at the venue. Why is this one 20k? Eat 10 minutes? You can't eat now anyway? What do you mean I cannot eat now? If I want to, I can just go and eat. Why are you 20k? Yeah, oh, yeah, the tail is like normal. But like I said, the render towards the end is very important. But you want to see this like during the end of modeling or sculpting, like as a general feel to the whole model. If this kind of silhouette gives you a little bit of uneasiness, or like you feel like the model entirely is gonna fall not balanced, this is a good way to check it, because you're only seeing silhouette, you're not seeing any detail, you're just seeing this. There's no detail to look at. So it's like very easy to determine if the model looks interesting, looks balanced, doesn't fall very easily. Yeah, this is a good way to check. I didn't know I have... Wow, look at this line. Oh shit, I actually didn't know I have that. He doesn't have the time for 4-hour diet. At the Roxas English ballad. Come on, English ballad. English ballad, come on. This line is surprisingly very good. I didn't expect that. Yeah, this makes the side view very interesting. This one, the spikes here as well. Don't food need 4 hours time to digest? Only if you eat like the heavy stuff. Oh, the booba is pretty good. And a little bit of belly as well? Yeah. The front view of this one is like the most. Here and here is like really good. Goddamn, Snake is caked up. I know, right? Also, this is the first time me doing booba, so it looks a little bit weird. Just make the shoulder smaller. I can see that. The shoulder is too, like, wide. Shoulder too wide. Definitely not the way to make hands. Which is why I don't use leap motion on Snake. It breaks. You're not supposed to make hands like this. Even worse, it's not oriented. It's not oriented properly. Also, yes, shoulder smaller is valid. Here, shoulder is too big. Like here, if you draw a line out here, straight up from the shoulder, like boom, it's like way bigger than the head. It's like way bigger than the head. So it's like that shoulder's too wide. Like even if I were to like aim a little bit. I think at most just a little bit more than the size of your face. Like, this is the size of the face here. Just a little bit more. Right, maybe a little bit more. Although this also depends on what kind of build you want for your character. So it's all very like, it all really depends on what characters you want to make. And I think the most important, the most proud one is definitely the kobold. I will always show this. Kobold is when everything made right. Is past heavy news for you before ending? Roxas, English, you can type Chinese if you want. Oh, I pass heavy news for you before ending. Why would you do that? Although it depends on what kind of heavy news though. Can I just say the side view is... Right, can I just say that? The side view is absolutely... This part here... Ooh. This part here... Ooh. Oh fuck, really? Shit. Sorry. That is pretty heavy, oh my god. God, I'm sorry. My condolences to you. But you are supposed to DM that shit, but I'm still sorry. Like, I hope... Yeah. Despite everything, I still... Yeah, just... My... Did you send me anything? You didn't reply. Hey, what fuck lah? I did reply to you. Why you don't say that shit? The back view. I mean, it's cheating a little bit because the render here is different. Like this one is more obvious. Let's see. This one looks a bit weird, but it's all good. It's the tail. Yeah, I just have to say though, the side view is something else. I know I'm kind of, again, stroking my own ego here. I'm sorry. But it's just, this kobold is really the one that I'm very proud of. It really is. It really is. Oh wait, do I still have this? Oh, I had no idea what to do back then. This is like my first ever... After merging feathers, oh, it's so bad. Oh no. Sub 2? Oh, I was making it separately. Oh my god. 12 million polygons? Oh no. Actually, how's the end product? 30k! This is insane. Oh, it's only 2 million, okay. What is that? Why is this like this? Oh my god, I didn't merge them well. Oh my god. Oh, was I using Sculptors Pro? I was. Oh my god. I was using Sculptors Pro. That is the most stupidest thing I ever done. I mean, okay, using Sculptris Pro is not bad. Just you're gonna use it the right way, not like this. Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Oh, oh. Yeah, it's my first attempt. It's my first attempt. It's my first attempt. Oh, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. No, don't look at me. Oh god, what the fuck is that? Oh Jesus. Why is there like so many this is what Oh hey, the second one. 47k? Not fur textured after decimation? Is that remesh? Tail? How is this 47k? It's gonna crush my PC. Oh, I was trying new stuff. I see what I mean. Polygon? 4. Excuse me. Breathe. Everything's fine. Breathe. Hey, people start somewhere, right? Everyone starts somewhere. This is fine. Ooh, I gotta move away before this crash my PC. Do I have like I remember that I made oh no, not this one. Is it here? Oh yeah. This is for Craftopia. Yeah, chat. Oh, this is the Unity files. Where? Busy face? Unity project. Oh my god, it's all Unity project. Where is the file? Is it here? Oh, it could be this one. I'm trying to like dig out my old files. I want to share like my journey again. Oh, it is. Oh my god, it's under the Sculptris Pro. I mean, okay, don't look at the polygons. This one is 900k, not bad. Oh. So I guess this is like the first attempt. Ooh, very long. Very long body. So long. Yeah, this... Just make a presentation and the year end of your 1 year project. No. Why would I want that? Although I did make a good effort at this one. This one is actually good effort. Look at that. It even has like the dent on the thing. But seam. I was using the wrong way of making it. But at least the texture, that like the modeling, I guess it's not bad. The sculpting. Face is actually fine, except for this one. What is this? I used too much. I used too much damn standard, and now the eye looks like this. I guess it's not bad actually. Like all things considered, as like my third model made. Oh god, I was using displacement for this. Okay, yeah. All things considered, it's not too bad. What is this baby? What is this baby noodle? Yeah, all things considered, this is actually not too bad. It's like the first try of making like a dragon character. Try out the main too. I think it's not bad. This one. Second try. Wait, second try? Oh. Yeah, I remember this one. I stopped here. I actually gave up when I look at this because I was looking at the reference too much, and eventually it made into something that I don't want to. I don't want the character to look like. Like, looking at reference is very important, but looking at the right reference is also very important. I was looking at the wrong reference. I just feel like I want to make a dragon, but what kind of dragon do I want? No, I didn't go in depth. I just looking at a bunch of dragon pictures. So in the end, I got this, and I gave up because it's just it's too much for me to bear. It's too painful. I forgot. Is this one or this one? Oh, I think this one is the head is too spherical one. This one. Oh wait, no. Oops, sorry. This is the real one. Then it's this one. This one is like probably the wrong one then. Then I missed this mission. 51k, 30k, 30k. Okay, 30k, 47. There it is. This is the messed up one too. This is my second try on. Yeah, second try on making the dragon again. 1.8 million. Oh god. But I think I stopped using Sculptris Pro. Yeah, I stopped using Sculptris Pro, but I started using Datamesh. This one is fine, I think. Like the main I went for the different approach for main this time. Actually using a lot of different mesh and then combine them into looking like this. And the tail, the bell here as well, but it's messed up. The fin is actually not bad, right? Something I did right here, right? There are a few things I did right, but essentially, the head really turns me off. I don't like the head shape. It's too spherical. Body-wise, I did try to make the bottom much heavier. You know what I mean? Like the bottom side heavier. But I think it's too much of an hourglass body as well. Like too much hourglass. I did try to make this as well. This one is very interesting. Like she used to have like the fuzzy bracelets. Like you see the white mark there. You see it? The white mark is supposed to be like fuzzy, but I kind of didn't make it fuzzy towards the end. Like for this one, I didn't make it fuzzy because in the end I decided to make this character here as like the athletic one. Like athletic, I like sports, I like badminton. Actually no, I like badminton only. So like the bracelet looks like, you know, the little band that you put on your wrist to protect you from like swinging too much. Even doing art is where you can use the band to help you to save you from carpal tunnel, I believe. So yeah, this is very interesting. I used a method of the main method, similar method, but I make them into like a circular motion and then slide it inside the hand and merge them together, and they look like this. It has a little bit of a randomized to it, but it essentially doesn't really look like a fuzzy bracelet. I mean, it kind of does, to be honest. Okay, it kind of does. Just it's very unoptimized. Look at that. It's too unoptimized. This would destroy PC. Look at that. This will destroy PC. It's just too bad the way I don't know. I actually don't know how to make like a proper bracelet. So it's kind of a shame. But also, I kind of like the shining bracelet. It's not bad. So yeah, this is like the third try. The body and the head kills me. Sadly. And then oh, I have Salazar. Yeah. Salazar is when I didn't do art for almost 2 years, I think, and then I just decided to come back into art. Retry. Did I miss something up? Yeah, Salazo is different because I have to utilize a few different methods. The body proportion looks wrong. I'm just gonna get that out right now. The body proportion looks wrong, but I think it is a good comeback piece. You know, after years of not touching art, and I know this one looks a little bit weird. Eventually, I just sort of erased this one because the blinking for Salazzle is a little bit different. The blinking, it's not exactly blinking like this one. This one exactly blinks, but because Salazzle has like a very flat surface, it's kind of impossible for Salazzle to blink without eyelid. So I had a different idea for this one. I blinked using textures and modifying the model a little bit. It's like the first time trying that. Never do it again. It's so hard. It messed me up so hard back then. I need to ask for help. Yeah, but proportion. Oh wait, that's a good toe. I mean, for Salazzle, of course. Like, I think for Salazzle has this like long slinky toes and fingies. It's like the hardest thing to do, but also because it's just long and slinky, it doesn't have finger definition. A little bit, right? It still has a little bit of finger definition, but this one is like a little bit easier to do. This one's broken though. Why? Yeah. Also, this is bad. I need to tell myself that this is bad. I used to make fingers like this, like a straight line and then bend a little bit, and that's a finger. I think doing that is bad because when the finger is not straight, it's gonna mess up the tracking, right? It's gonna mess up the tracking for hands, because hand bones, you're gonna keep them straight as possible, so that when the other software tracks the fingers, they're like, oh hey, the bones are straight, let's move them according to how a finger moves. So this one works well. This one, it's probably not gonna work too good. It's probably gonna be a little bit janky, but I think it's gonna, you know what, I actually don't know if I tried it. Yeah. Oh, I have it here. Yeah, see that? Because it's not exactly okay. One, it doesn't have enough polygon. Two, it's messed up with the bones. So you see the middle and the ring finger is like so jank. So. And I think I never showed you guys the broken hand on the snake. Look how broken it is. Just use it so I can meet it. What do you want to meet? Look at how broken it is. Even on the Okay, let me hide Tifa real quick. There. Okay. Even the shoulder is like wrong because the bones are all wrong. So sadly, leap motion doesn't work for this one. It's very sad. But I think in overall, the snake overall looks good. Just don't track the head. You know? If I want to use the snake model, just disable track leap motion. Right? Don't show the hands. No, it's more broken because the bone that I use for Stixia is like super big, so that's why. Do they have like hand tracking actually? This is not made by me though. Oh, Whoa, that's kind of amazing though. Wow. Wow. Wow, look at that. Yo, okay. Oh, there's one thing I'm gonna try. How will this break? Okay, let me check. The attire is very broken, by the way. Just don't worry about it. I didn't fix it. But yep. Alright, move away, move away, move away. Yeah, don't. It's so broken. It is so broken. But yeah, I feel like the more I do art, the more I realize the technicality a little bit for these stuff, and also just the general knowledge I'm learning, right? Albeit I'm not like I'm not like the best model, or like I don't think the art that I do is like good enough, but it's something that I can do, I guess. I guess, you know, it's not good. It's not bad, I would say. It's not bad. Oh, I wonder if I still have the. You know what? Hey, let's play a little bit of things. Give me a second. I think I still have a little avatar. 4 this is magic. This is like my first ever avatar, by the way. The first ever Roxanne avatar. How would the hand work? Wing hands, right? I guess wing hands. That's a really big hand. Come here. How big actually? I actually didn't think that it's gonna work, to be honest. So this is like my first ever model. My first ever model for the Forest Guardian. I mean, the texture is pretty half-assed, but it's not bad, I guess. Gonna go for a nap, but have a nice dream. Okay, Tikaka. Have good nap. Thanks for hanging around. I don't remember what this is. What's bruh? Oh, this is... Oh. Yeah, don't use this one. This one is when I just put everything as Dynabone, so it's not gonna work. I can just delete this. My own dragon. Wait, which one is this again? Oh, it's this one. Okay, this one doesn't have thumb, but big grabby hands. It kind of works. Yeah, the textures are very half-assed, by the way. It's just like painted. It's like painted, but not good. But I guess the grabby hand kind of works. That's interesting. I'm just trying out everything right now. Oh, wait, I remember this one. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do I have hands? I don't think I have hands for this one. Yeah, I did. There's no hands for this one. Please don't ask why I did this. It's just that one day I decided to make us Among Us, and I did it. And I kind of hate it. I don't know why I made it. Yeah, I actually don't have a lot of I don't think I have a lot of models here, but it's interesting to see some of the things. How about this one? This one is made by Slappy with Fish on Twitter. Oh, look at that! Look at the chunky hands, though. Wow. Look at the chunky hands, though. I'm just looking at Leap Motion. I'm sorry. Okay, this fascinates me a lot. So yeah, this is all very interesting, to be honest. I actually went through a lot of stuff. I'm surprised. Hi, Malicious McPie. Oh, this is for rendering pictures. Yeah, I don't think I have a lot of models out here as well, so it's very interesting though. I didn't think. Oh, I thought those files for VRM. These are for VR chat, which I don't think that will work. VR chat. Where did I put it? Yeah, it's all like the things. Expo, SDK, packages, project settings. I don't think they're here. Craftopia, yeah, everything is in like Unity, so I don't think. I mean, it's all very interesting. After looking at all the things that I've done for the past few years, I think for the past 2 years, 2 years, I think it's safe to say that I did learn quite a bit. Yeah, quite a bit. It's kind of a fun journey too, not gonna lie. I kinda like it. Like, I know I say I like doing art, but at the same time, it's just doing art is so painful. Sometimes. But most of the time, it's pretty fun, not gonna lie. But for now, I think I'm probably gonna stop here for today. I'm gonna prepare for badminton afterwards. So, in case you guys don't know, I have badminton on Monday, Wednesday, and Tuesday. Yeah, three days of badminton now. Oh, hey, it's Bard. I haven't raided Bard in a while. Yeah, let's raid Bardster. Suddenly very hungry. I think my brain just shut down for that good 10 seconds because my brain just like I want food. Okay, you know what? I'm stopping here. See, the thing is, my brain dies way too much, which is a bad thing. Alright, it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. Okay, I'm gonna go and raid Bardster real quick. You see, I don't need to plug things for now. It's okay. It's okay. There's no need to plug. So let's see. Double check things. Everything looks fine. All right. So I will continue doing the redeem reward. Yeah, this is by the way, what I did on today's stream was a redeem reward that costs 150k. It's a lot, but I will do like something like that for you. I would do like it's not gonna be like a full-fledged working model for VC Face and VR chat. No, it's just gonna be a model, and then depending on the character, it will either be like a shoulder up, or in this case, because it's like a chibi character, I can do like a full body. So yeah, it's something, it really depends on the character. But I figure having this redeem does drive me to do more art, and in return, hoping that I will be able to slowly but surely improve on my art journey. So yeah, just bear with me. bear with me with the art thing. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some food. Let me just type in the raid to Bard real quick. Oh yeah, Bard is playing Portal 2 with Hibli. Nice. That's the name. It has been a while since I last hang out with Bart too, at least on the stream. So it's a good time to raid. So I already typed in raid, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so before the raid, I'm gonna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. I didn't do much. I'm just here doing hard, but I still hope you guys had fun. Anyway, know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? Here comes the raid to bots then. Oh. I love how when I put the leap motion like this, leap motion just like tracks it so fast. Okay, here's the... Oh my god, everything is blocking my keyboard. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm just gonna copy this one. That's the raid message, but of course you guys, if you... Oh my god, this ad, really? Okay. Did that just really happen? Wow, fuck you, ad. Well, I'm just gonna go with the raid because the ad break is happening, so that, you know, I don't want to let the ad win. So see you guys on Thursday. Be safe everyone. Bye bye. I'll press the raid button.